And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of you working under that schedule. It is my first day. I was on a holiday. It was a holiday yesterday. I hope you are doing well. I hope the week started well for all of you, that you are energized for the rest of it. Give me a moment. Um, Alrighty. But yes, welcome to the stream. Hello, Oliver from YouTube. Let's see. What do I have to say? Well, like I said, yesterday was a holiday, which gave me a long weekend that I used to relax, to rest, game a lot. Me and my friend who share a game of Minecraft, we played twice together. Sunlit Valley on the gaming channel. But yeah, otherwise things were well. Nice, relaxed, rested. Treated myself to some baked beans. I made homemade baked beans. I screwed up the recipe a little bit. Too much salt. Not on a intolerable level, but I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure how it happened. I followed the recipe. And I'm pretty sure that I've always followed the recipe. And I don't recall this ever being a lot salty. So, you know, I will deal with it next time. Or, try something else next time. Alrighty, today, Tuesday. This morning it is read and correct. What kind of bean did I use? Navy beans. That's always been the bean that I used for baked beans. It is it is something of a traditional Quebec recipe that I use. I know that for most people, baked beans is something with tomato sauce, very sweet molasses, and that is not the kind of baked beans I grew up with in Quebec, which is where I'm from, otherwise known as hell. It's always been made without sweetness, and it's always been very basic. So basically, beans, a fat, beef broth, a bit of mustard. I've never understood why, but I like it. Like it adds a bit of tang. But yeah, I've always made a traditional recipe. For my fat, I use bacon because I like the addition of a bit of meat in my beans. That is not traditional. Traditionally, it would be salted pork back, I think it's called. I didn't make it with that. A long time ago. I've been making these baked beans for a very long time. And if I remember correctly, I switched to bacon at one point because I could not find salted pork back that time. And I figured bacon is made from pork, so it's got the fat and all that. And I figured, you know what, it would be a good replacement. And yes, it turned out to be a very good replacement. And that's how I've been making them ever since. But yeah, like no sweetness at all. And the only thing I can think of that I may have done is that I was at a different grocery store when I bought my bacon this time. I shop at multiple grocery stores, depending which one offers the best deal on what I need that specific weekend. And I think that I might have been buying low sodium bacon previously. not on purpose. And that would have been why my previous batch, over New Year's, would have been bland. So I added salt, and I may not have bought a low sodium bacon this time around. So that may be the one element I will have to double check next time I make baked beans, which I don't know when it's going to be, because that is something I bake purely, almost exclusively for holidays. I don't celebrate holidays. Um, I take national holidays off as a health thing. I can overwork myself very easily. So I am not allowed to work on uh, any holidays where businesses are closed. Like, this is my business, so I'm following those rules as a way of not overworking myself, not burning, because I don't want to burn out. That's it. Berlotti beans. You know, Berlotti. Berlotti beans, very common beans, Colombia. Neat. I may have to try that next time. It's pancake day today. Hey, Death Valley, welcome to the stream. Cool. Oh hell, it's been a long time. I make my own pancakes when I make them. The reason I'm not making them these days is I don't have any good maple syrup. I don't live in Quebec anymore. As well, actually, I want to say, as anyone can tell by the fact that I'm speaking English, but that is not a given. Not everyone might know about that. But yes, Quebec is the only place to get good maple syrup, and I have not visited Quebec in a few years at this point, so I don't have maple syrup. Without good maple syrup, I have no incentive to make pancakes. I will enjoy pancakes with Nutella spread on them, but not enough to make them. So yeah, it's but yeah. But I'll definitely try to keep an eye out for those beans, Oliver, and see and give them a like. I'll probably wait until I've made sure that the recipe works. Like I said, I don't understand why it was so salty, and I've got a theory. So next time I'm making baked beans, I will test that. But once I have the recipe, once I've pinpoint why and adjusted that, Nutella and strawberries, yes, or bananas, yes, both. Okay, chocolate goes with just about everything except peanut butter. Peanut butter has the power to ruin even chocolate. Peanut butter will ruin everything it's put on. Even chocolate, like peanut butter is the bane of chocolate, the bane of the world. But yeah, so yeah, that was my holiday, my weekend. Watched part 2 of Wicked for Good. Surprisingly, surprisingly good movie. The two of them. When I heard about the movie being made about the musical, I'd seen the musical before. My first thought was, why? When I heard that it was going to be a 2-part movie, which each movie the length of the entire play, my reaction was, why? Having watched both of them, I've got to say they earned the right to make the movie. What it adds is just enough to enhance the story while not bloating it. And they used the opportunity to add a few details that the play did not, that the play implied. And I like that. And the music is good. Um, I did not care for Ariana Grande as Galinda in the advertising. Like I really thought, like okay, again, I like I said, I've seen the play, I have the album, I like the original cast, and her take on Galinda is different, which is how it goes. And in the advertising, it did not work for me at all. Which is why I waited so long to watch the movies. But again, like the rest of me, like she earns the role. Like the decisions that felt really wrong in the advertising because, you know, they were clips. Hope you have a good night. Thank you very much, Death Valley. I hope you have a good rest of your day as well. The roles that the clip, because they were so short, they didn't have an explanation, were very well thought about and elaborated and made sense once you had the context. And I liked that. And yeah, like I said, I enjoyed the movies. Also watched Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I know that movie has detractors, but I enjoyed it. It's a fun movie. I only have one. Okay, as a storyteller, as a writer, as a reader, I'm not looking for a story to be real. Which is what most of the complaints I've heard about, well, the entire Now You See Me franchise people have. It's not real. Like, no magician could do that. But for me, I don't care about that. I just want it to be plausible. I want a story to work within the context of their world. And in the world of Now You See Me, magicians can pull off those tricks. And in Now So You See Me, Now You Don't, there's only one, and it's not even a trick, one setup to me that doesn't work, and it's the mansion. I won't say any more in case some people want to watch it and all that, but the entire setup of the mansion does not break plausibility to me. And probably not for the reasons that most people will think. But that will be, if somebody brings it up, we can talk about it. If somebody who's seen it brings it up, we can talk about it. Alrighty. Today, Tuesday morning, it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this is when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. Because I record these while I do it, I will ignore the chat for the duration, and whatever is said during the recording will be addressed afterward. Alrighty. And I will start by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm. Something does not look right. And that is why. Okay. I need to pause. Why did you... Oh, I know why. I know why. Because normally we should be Monday. So you are missing a command. Because here you should have that. We're going to copy that. We're going to paste it here. Now, if I do that, there we go. And that is why I've got my checklist. That is why I have to check stuff. Because those are the kind of thing that I'll take for granted. And if I don't run a checklist, they will get through and I'll screw up my recording. Alrighty, let's start up. Microphone is off. Desktop audio is... microphone is on. Desktop audio is off. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm going to drink. Not on the checklist, but I can feel how dry my throat is. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct them as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 16 of The Engineer's Family. Jeremy heard his heart well before he reached the living room. No, I'm not doing that. Growl, Tom said. You can't just stand in front of them and tell them... tell them that would be... Tell them I did what the gods told me. You know how they feel about those answers. I did what the contract with the Federation told me. When it comes to a situation involving only our people, an older-sounding male said, it's the same thing. Jeremy looked in and only saw 4 pairs of lower legs poking out of a couch sideways to him. Growl, me and Jer's here. His heart grabbed... Yeah, I'm going to change that. His heart grabbed the top of the couch, pulling himself and Tom along. I have to go. His body became visible. I'll be right there. An extra pair of arms appeared around his chest. We are not done, the older male said. Tom smiled at Jeremy. We need to keep him. It's for his own good. The leadership is going to call him in over the next few days, and he needs to know what to expect. You understand, right? He nodded, fighting the smile at Growl's desperate expression. I was just here to tell you that Romalger is going to give me a tour of the forest, so I might not be back by the time you're done with us. That Growl's brother had rescued him from his parents had been a surprise. The invitation had then made the whole thing sound like it had been planned for that specific purpose. And as you can tell, this is why I need to do this, because I will not always read what's on the page. I need to catch myself and see, did I fix a problem or am I just causing one? A specific purpose, other than how Parkular had looked annoyed at having her one source of information on Earth or culture taken away. We'll take good care of your heart, Tom promised, pulling Growl's finger open and causing the two to fall back. He chuckled and hurried outside before Parkular could get away from her mate and hunt him down. Okay, I don't need the outside here because I have it there. Outside, instead of the large hover he'd expected, Romalger sat atop a hover bike. It was sleeker than the models Jeremy had seen on Earth, just like Tilsarians were sleeker than Earthers on the whole. The people he'd known with other bikes at university used them because they fit into smaller parking space, not because they needed the speed, which this one proclaimed. Romalger patted the back of the seat. Hop on. Is that thing even safe? Perfectly. Did the maintenance on it a few days ago. The grav harness works and the collision force field is powered up. Reluctantly, Jeremy sat, and as the bike jerked as it powered up, he grabbed onto the male's torso, holding him tight. Oh yeah, just like that. He considered letting go for the smirk he heard, but then they were flying. I thought you said there was a force field on this. He yelled to be heard over the wind their flight caused. He had no idea how fast they were going, but it had to be well beyond what was allowed. What a bike like this could safely do. Collision, force field, Romalga replied. Why would you want anything to block this? He howled. Insane. Jeremy held on tighter. Growl's brother was certifiably insane. Watch this. Before Jeremy opened his eyes, he felt them spin and caught a glimpse of the forest above him. He closed them and buried his head against the back of the male's vest. Romalger laughed like a maniac. Jeremy got off the bike as soon as it touched down, looking for a place to get away from the maniac before he was done shutting it down. Okay, I need to change language because I've got 2 downs here. I don't want that. As soon as it landed, looking for a place to get away from the maniac before he was done shutting it down. How great was that? Romalger asked, grinning. You are insane. What if we'd fallen off during one of those spins and that loop can't be physically possible? That's a hover bike, not a shuttle. The harness was turned on. The male replied, smiling. We couldn't have fallen off. He approached. Jeremy could run. As much as he knew that would just cause Romalger to give chase, he'd exhaust himself well before Jeremy. But he didn't know where they were, and he'd have to return if he wanted to have to come back. Return to the male if you wanted to go back. Go back to growl. The male caressed his cheek, sniffing the air. Fear is what you're smelling, Jeremy told him, with a bit of excitement. I was not excited by any of this, Romalger, and don't you even think of reaching down to check. Hands aren't moving. Yeah, but I can see it in your eyes how badly you want to. He rubbed his muzzle against Jeremy's cheek. But I won't until you give me permission. You think that's happening after this ride? I think that my brother's little warriors can take more excitement than this ride and still want more. A hunter like me knows to have the right protection if he's going to put his life in danger. They were all working fine, and I told you about them. Jeremy closed his mouth. He was right. He just hadn't been thinking clearly in the moment, which spoke poorly of a hunter. Hunters were always ready. Except he was on vacation. He shouldn't have to worry about stuff like that while on vacation. So, how does the tour start? The ride this way. We have to check in. Entry in the forest is controlled to ensure no one kills animals that aren't scheduled for culling. He followed. Are specific animal tagged when it's time? No, they're guided within the hunting zones, then the people are let loose on them. And the herd survives as best as it can. The weak and slow trail back and are brought down until they reach their quota or the day ends. What if they haven't caught anything by then? Then it depends on the package they paid for. If they paid for it, the guide will bring down one before they return. And if they aren't rich enough to afford that, Romalger chuckled. We aren't a survival forest. We have deals with restaurants and food distributors. Our packages are for those who can afford them. But we do have a deal with the politicians. Actually, that would be capitalized. They have a few projects to help poorer families. Most of them involve giving them access to food so they can feed themselves, of course. But one of them is based on the idea that if they are reminded they were made to hunt, it will rekindle their desire to fight to achieve better. We take 3 or 4 of them a year. Of course, most of those hunts end in failure, but their guide will kill for them. We aren't letting those families go home without a kill to show for their effort. I just don't think it's having the effect politicians think it does. The inside of the building was subdivided into large waiting areas with couches and screens. Each one had a door leading to a combination shower and toilet. 3 areas had groups. I didn't expect you in, sir. The female behind the counter greeted them, and Jeremy mouthed, sir, in disbelief. You aren't on the schedule for another week. She noticed him and stared, giving a private tour. To she, that's a her. She pointed at Jeremy. Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw, yes. He reached behind and took a tablet. She looked at Romalger in disbelief. Sir? He's my brother's heart, the ship captain one. He wrote on it. He's not You'll have to take that up with the gods. One of them thought it was a good fit. He was a good fit for his heart. I'm not inclined to argue with them. He handed the tablet to her, grinning. In fact, I'm hoping to ingratiate myself with them with this. You and she couldn't form the word. Jimmy had the sense she had trouble thinking of him as a sentient person. Yes, I'm hoping you'll agree to have sex with me. She wore the shocked expression Jeremy had seen often on people back on Earth who couldn't believe someone had made a decision they didn't agree with. We're signed in, so we're going. He indicated the door on the other side of the room. Outside, Romalger guided him to a hover that was little more than seats on a hover platform. Not piloting us there? Jimmy asked, smirking. It's all automated. We can't risk anyone getting lost or taking their guide into going elsewhere. Most of this is off limits, so the herds can grow without interference. Reaction, Jimmy said once they were in the air. Don't worry about it. Not everyone on Kelser takes an interest in what happens up there. She probably hasn't heard of Earthers, much less how good you are in bed. I received the same kind of look at the party, he said, ignoring the comment. From the older folks, he added at the questioning tilt of the ear. Like I said, not everyone is interested in what's out there. No one's alive who experienced our world from before the Federation, but some are old enough to have been told stories by those who did. For a lot of the older folks, us joining wasn't a good thing. Gentling. Yeah, defanged is the word they use. I don't see the appeal of a world where only the strong survive, where parents will abandon their cubs because they aren't born strong or have a deformation. 3 of my cousins needed to be operated on after their birth to fix something. They'd be dead in that world. He pointed to a lake to their side, one of the main watering hole for the herds in this part of the forest. There are 2 more. Artificial? No, the entire forest is natural. Well, unless you believe that helping the trees and animals thrive makes the whole thing artificial. There's an underground water system that collects rainwater throughout the year to make sure the lakes can provide the herds during droughts. You won't be able to see them from here, but beyond that hill is the Humest's breeding ground. They need specific conditions to breed. Until about 100 years ago, they were impossible to introduce to the general food source because they had to be in the wild, and without the controls we can impose, the politicians don't allow wild hunting. Not that it stops everyone. It's why there's a bunch of subventions for the research into how to bring more and more of the wild breeds into hunting forests like this one. I don't expect we'll get more though. When we added the Usemet, it stressed the ecosystem enough. I figure we're at capacity. You know a lot about this. Romalgo laughed. A mix of my dad running it and having to recite a version of this every time I take a group out. Some are actually curious about how we go about ensuring each herd has enough space, or how we use to hunt in the wild, or a bunch of other questions you probably can't imagine. They aren't usually too grateful with you for not being able to answer their questions, so I made sure to learn as much as I could. He pointed to a clearing. That's where we're landing. And the rest of the tour will be on foot? You'll be showing me what? Where the animals sleep? Smaller watering hole? Where they'll rest when they're allowed there? Why would you want to see those places? Then what do you mean by giving me a tour, Romalger? He smiled. We're going to be tracking one of the herds. Jeremy studied the track in the moist ground. It hadn't rained for days, but the water table was close enough to the surface in this part of the forest that the ground was always humid, Romalger had explained. It created soil ideal for the trees on which the herd they were tracking fed. Raltiris, they were called, and the picture had reminded Jeremy of a leaner version of a gazelle, but with a longer coat of rust-red fur. Their blood was prized for its rich iron taste and was used in flavoring some of more expensive wines. Some of the people he guided Some of the people Romalgar guided came on their hunt purely to bleed the kills and left the meat for him to dispose of as he wanted. He had contacts with organizations that helped the poor who took them. They stepped ahead, and Romalgar indicated something. Scat. Another thing you can use to track them. Their smell is distinctive, and you'll usually find tracks around it telling you what direction they're moving in if the wind isn't favorable. I'm not quite as scent driven as you. I mean, Earthers as a whole. So you don't smell any of this? He motioned around them. I smell the moss, the trees, the leaves, that, and a lot of other smells. I have no idea what they are. But you say that smells distinctive, and all I'm smelling is shit. So hunting like this is a hobby for like this. It's a hobby for some. We raise and breed our cattle. We have them killed through technology. You have no idea the shock I had as a kid when I learned the meat on my plate had once been an animal. Had once been living. A living animal. That's weird. I knew it from as far back as I can remember. My dad would bring Harkest home for me to chase once I learned how to run. If I caught one, I got a snack. It's how most of my family learned to hunt. Most in my family learned to hunt. City folks aren't that fortunate, so they have to rely on suppliers. Part of those contracts you talked about. So how do they do it? Send a bunch of people? Yes. We're under contract to have the herds assigned to them to reach specific to have the herds assigned to them reach specific numbers so their hunters can bring back what they need. The annual negotiation about those numbers are something Dad dreads. They don't care about the viability of the forest and the interconnectivity of the animals in it. All they want are their kills. The way they keep pushing will either lose some of the contracts or decimate the herd to meet them. Can you survive losing the contract? He chuckled. Oh, yeah. That's what none of those large companies understand. If they leave, we have the herd to supply 3 or 4 of the smaller ones. More money that way, actually. Although, more money that way, actually. So that's going to be. Although there's also a level of uncertainty, since at that smaller size, there's no assurance they won't fail and not be able to pay the contract. But we're here for your hunt, not them. I like the information. I like to learn about a lot of different stuff. It's not often I learn about it before realizing I find it interesting or that I need to know the information. Still, we're getting close to the herd. We don't want to wait or they'll have moved on. How can you tell? By how wet the scat is. That was put there less than 15 minutes ago. Lead the way. Romalgar chuckled. How about you show me what you learned and guide me for a bit? You better be ready to correct me when I'm wrong. This is my literal first hunt of this kind. Will there be more? I won't be able to answer that until the day's done, but I'm not hating it. Rumalgar moved the large leaf out of the way, and in the clearing it revealed no more than 300 meters away is the herd stood eating the leaves off the trees on that side. Jeremy couldn't tell the exact number, but at least 40. They stood close, and the uniform coloring caused them to blend into each other. Counting heads didn't help, as they were always moving, reaching for leaves, then vanishing down. Wow, he whispered. Impressive, isn't it? Romalgar said in a normal volume. Shouldn't you keep your voice down? No need. There's a field around them. They can't hear us, and we can't reach them until it's dropped. He took out his tablet. What are you doing? Romalgar grinned. You didn't think I'd bring you all this way just to have you watch, did you? You expect me to kill one of them? No, just touch one. He studied Jeremy. Although, if you want to go for the kill, I can use one of my allocation for it, or I could tab it to Crowley. It's not like he used any of his in decades. I'm going to stick with touching. How do I do this? You get as close as you can to the herd before they notice you. When they do, they'll scatter, and the weak and old will trail behind. One of them is who you'll be able to catch. He tapped the screen. Go where? Rue here. Hey, boss. What you doing calling in? I need you to drop the field on DJ-12. There's no one scheduled for that herd today. It's a few weeks from reaching culling size. No, kill. I'm teaching a friend to hunt. Where is that friend from? Even city folks know how to hunt, even if they're bad at it. You do this for me and I'll introduce you. How about you don't pass me around, Romalger? It's just an introduction. What you do with him afterward is between the two of you. I'm tempted to take him to bed just to frustrate you. Hey, there, the male on the comm said. I'd like a saying who I go to bed with, and a short name to go along with it. I'm dropping. I'm dropping the field in 5, boss. You and your friend have fun. Romalger put a finger to his lips as Jeremy opened his mouth, and he closed it. With a nod, he put the tablet away, then motioned to the herd. So this was serious. He expected him to stalk his way close and pounce. It wasn't like he had any chance of succeeding, and if he knew he was going to fail, why not go have fun with it? I don't have to go. I don't need to. Why not have fun with it? The wind came from the herd, so that meant it wouldn't smell him. Then all he had to do was not be seen or heard. He moved slowly in a crouch, looking at the herd, their ears, since they'd turn in his direction before anything else. Their ears, since they turn in his direction before anything else. Okay. There is since they turn in his direction. I really don't need the rest. Since they indicating their ears turn in the direction, indicate or their ears since they turn in his direction, indicating they'd heard him. Motion of the corner of his eye caught it. Motion of the corner of his eye. 100 meters away, Romalger was on a stalk as well, down on all four, as if he was a wild predator. There was something alluring in that primal display. He shook himself and focused on the herd, his actual target. When the ears went erect and the head snapped up, Jeremy was 50 meters away. He didn't dare move and slightly closer, Romalger was okay. This is a but because it goes over. It is in the opposite direction of what comes before. He didn't dare move, but slightly closer, Romalger was still moving. Moving. I can't immediately think of how to change it. So low to the ground, the grass was taller in places. One of the animals looked in Jeremy's direction, then bleated in alarm, and the herd scattered. He took off, trying to determine which one was slower, but as far as he could tell, they were all too fast. One trailed behind the other. The others, if barely, and he pushed, then jumped. His fingers just touched the long fur, then he was on the ground and the animal off with terrified bleating. Laughing, he sat and looked around. He stared as Romalger jumped, landed on his hand, his feet tucking under him as they touched the ground. Then he was in the air again and coming down, hands slapping the animal's rump, which sent it running off with its own bleating. Rumalgar crashed and rolled and laughed. Jeremy stood, eyes locked on the down male. He moved a foot for better traction in the soft dirt. Rumalgar sat and brushed grass and dirt off his vest. He noticed Jeremy and waved. Jeremy smiled, lowering himself, hands clenching and unclenching, legs tensing. The male, his prey, realized the change and hurried to his feet, looking for an escape. Let him run. Let him make the hunt that much sweeter. He'd take his prize on the capture. It was time Jeremy took what the male kept dangling before him. The female, who walked by as Jeremy headed for the living room, sniffed the air and smiled. He was a mess of grass stain and dirt and sex, and satisfied like he hadn't been in a while. He got why. Why Kilsarian's hunted now, although he didn't think hunting for food was for him. For sex? Now that had an appeal. You know what? That's actually. Now that had an appeal, and there was a Kilsarian who could do with some excitement to distract him from this coming meeting. That thought was chased out of his mind when he found Graal where he'd been told he would be. But instead of alone and morose, he lied on his back, a cub in his hands and in the air over him, and a yearning on his face Jimmy had rarely seen there. He sat next to them. You're having fun, I see. Growl sniffed. You did too? That must have been quite the tour my brother gave you. It ended with a hunt. First an animal, long rust fur, can't remember the name. Probably Ralteris. Only heard there matching that. That's the one. And after that, I hunted a beast, and believe me, Room will never forget that hunt. Growl smiled. That explains why you smelled of him so strongly. Jeremy lied next to his heart. And who is your friend? This is Riktik. Riktik, this is my heart and mate and love, Jer. But you'll have to call him Jeremy Bradshaw until you're old enough to decide how much of a short name you want to share with him. I get his short name and he has to use my full one? That doesn't sound fair. He's too young to understand his full name. Isn't that right, Riktik? The cub's head snapped to growl, then returned to sniffing in Jeremy's direction. When he's older, he'll go by Riktik Karmi Ark Ferna Rotmirak Jofal. He deposited the cub on Jeremy's chest, and immediately he was crawling, sniffing the skin, even licking spots of grass. He picked him up. Don't get too intimate with there, buddy. We're not on that short of a name basis yet. The cub reached for him. I've been thinking, Grell said, tracing a finger on Jeremy's chest. We're here for at least a month, possibly longer. That's a lot of time. A lot of time for what? Jer, have you thought about a family? I have a family. He smiled at his heart. You. Have you thought about making it bigger? You're talking about having cubs. Adopting. We aren't here long enough to find a female who we'd agree on then. You don't have to explain the process. I figure she'd take much longer than we want to be here before giving birth. He studied the cub, did his best to imagine him as his cub, having to care for him, look after him. It didn't quite come out blank, but it wasn't the yearning he'd seen on Growl's face. I never thought about it. Kids would mean a relationship, and I could never connect to with a female to have sex, let alone imagine building a family with her. Of course, now I know why. And do you want cubs, Growl? Yes. The answer was soft and filled with want. I never thought about it either. It was like hunting for my heart, always for later, something I do when the gods no longer had a hunt for me. But now I have you, my heart, and watching my sisters and brothers and with theirs, my cousins with theirs, and playing with a few of them. Jer, I want to share this love I want to share this love we have with a cub. And we're here long enough, we can research the orphanages for one with good accreditation, visit them, find a cub we both like, and we'll have the time to for the filing to be processed. There's a lot involved in making sure the parents are right for the cub. Jeremy smiled. You've put a lot of time, of thought into this. It's been on my mind for a while now. He nuzzled his love. Yes, Growl, I want to build a family with you. And that concludes chapter 16 of the Engineer's Family, and now you know where the title is in part coming from. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Cool Imp! Kindest of Doors, thank you very much. Hey, Drenzer, welcome to the stream. How are you both doing today? So it took 16 chapters to address the family part of the engineer, the title. So let's see how long it takes to address the engineers part of the title. What the hell is that? Okay, that is clearly spam. Let's give you a chance. Alrighty, so. March 28 be here becomes 31st. Not quite. Not quite. But here. And do that. Alrighty. Done. On to the nips. On to the next chapter. Cool. You had to step away, but you mentioned you asked. Yes, I did ask how you were doing. You're doing wonderful. Very cool. Very cool. And now I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 17 of The Engineer's Family. This is a bad idea, Gregoron said as he walked to the leadership buildings hall. As he walked the leadership's buildings halls. Tom took his arm. It'll be fine, just remember. But I didn't do... Maybe don't say that here, Jer said on his other side. You, Growl, Tom said, are the Alpha. And Alpha, there are plenty others out there. But how many of them have ballads recorded about them? I can't be the only one. True, there are a few others. But when someone thinks of a ballad about a current Alpha, they all go to the gods' Alpha. But that isn't me. My Alpha is the one closer to the gods, says the one always on the gods' hunt, Jer said. And it isn't what it is that matters here. It isn't what is that matters here. It's what those people, the people behind that table, believe is. And as much as you don't like it, they believe those ballads more than your reports. So you are going in there, and when they question your actions, you tell them what we rehearsed. And when they ask me a question none of you thought about, yeah. Then imagine yourself the hero of those ballads and tell them what he would tell them. Tom stopped and grunted as well, wondering why. This is as far as we can go, told Tom Jer, motioning for the door to the door for motioning to the door further ahead. Are we waiting here for you? Are we waiting here for him? Gregor wanted his best friend and his heart in there to support him, but the leadership only spoke to the alphas, and if they knew of Tom's contact in the back rooms, they would see his presence as interference. If they know. No, new. I don't know how long this is going to be, he said. It might be best if you return home. No, Tom said, we are going to be here when you're done. I know how morose you're going to be when they finally decide they can't take the ship from you. There's an eatery three floors up. Me and Jer will be waiting for you there. He watched his friend and Hart walk back the way they'd come, then straightened before heading for the door. He entered the meeting room to the leadership in the process of taking their seat. The most some gave him was a glance while he took position in the while he took position in the center of the crescent of their table. Immediately the absence was obvious. Neither Tom nor his relative had been able to tell him if Admiral Thromakirin Omeritamol Selstafe would be present. They had gone to great length to explain the trouble the Admiral was in because the newscasters had exposed him as the one who had ordered the ships to return to Kelsar without a chance to resupply, but that trouble hadn't resulted in him being removed from the leadership, so he could still have been present to make Gagran's life difficult. He only knew two of those presents, Admiral Dwan Salsinta Kreftia and Admiral Crossway-Torak Finarto Dol Kirimar. The male seated between them at the center seat was familiar, but only inasmuch as Gagran had seen him on reports or as newscasters spoke about him. Another admiral, but he didn't know his name. The other two, a male and a female, seated at each end of the table, had the feel of politician more than military. It wasn't common for them to participate, but also not unheard of. But most likely they were accountants or possibly educator, although it would be irregular for them to be out of their robes of office for such a meeting. Thank you for honoring us with your presence, Alpha, the male in the central seat said, surprising him with the use of his rank as well as the sense he meant what he said. I came as requested, which is more than can be said for some of your colleagues, the male replied, causing Gregor to wonder which one had decided to be difficult. His personal bet was Diradir. She didn't suffer fools, and after what the leadership had put them through, she'd considered the entire organization fools. As such, you can address me as Admiral Ortrust Janal Vranis Ornani. This is Admiral Dwansel Sintakreftia and Admiral Crossway Torax Firnato Dol Kirimar and politician Tapelas Girmar. Wait, what? Germar Toren Friftsimal and Faraldi Nortel Shell Kamir Rushtalik. He kept from reacting. Her lack of rank made her stand out as much as the Admiral's absence. Even accountants who could take part in these meetings had rank. That no one offered an explanation had to mean something beyond them not caring what he thought, but he couldn't figure out what. First, the male said, I want to say again how grateful we, all of Kelser, and our colonies are that you and the other alphas were able to stop the attackers and return those who were taken back to us. I want you to understand that nothing which takes place in this meeting diminishes how proud we are that you are Kelsarian. Well, that did not bode well. But Tom had warned him this wasn't to thank him for his work, not that these meetings ever were. Thanks they sent over comms, complaints they wanted to address in person. Having said that, Admiral Dwansel Sintakreftia said, there are concerns regarding a number of the actions taken during the hunt we'd like you to put to rest. Of course. Didn't you find it strange, the female without rank said, that the Federation gave you orders regarding Kelsarian colonies? No one even looked at her. That she could speak freely without a rank meant she was one of those people Tom told him about. The kind no one in the back room liked. Back rooms, that would be plural actually. The back rooms liked. She wielded favors as power. Still had to answer her, but while it was unexpected, but while he hadn't expected the question to come, expected the question to come from her, the question itself wasn't. Do I find it unusual that the Federation had information regarding a force Kelser didn't know about and asked the Alphas best positioned to take action? No, I don't. Don't you think they should have contacted someone here instead of you directly? She asked. Hunters are under contract with the Federation to protect the line. It means that they often contact the Alpha they need to take action directly. He's gonna pluralize this. I didn't ask what they do, she snapped. I ask if you think it's proper. I'd expect a male in your position of power to understand some things need to be handled to the benefit of Kelser and not himself. A few side glances meant he wasn't the only one to feel the question was inappropriate. But that they let it go showed, again, this unranked female wielded power. That question hadn't been covered by Tom and his relatives. He didn't want to think how the Alpha from those ballads he'd forced himself to watch would act. I'm a hunter. I go where those in authority over me send me. First the gods, then my Alpha, then my contract, then the leadership. Even an Alpha does not question his orders when they come through proper channel. Although you've questioned those channels before, Admiral Crossway-Torak Firnato Sol Kerimar said before the unranked female could speak. No, Admiral. I remember being present when one of the leadership ordered you to keep specific equipment for us instead of handing them over to the Federation. The order was given in a meeting over unsecured comm, which is not what proper procedures are. I stated that once I received those orders through proper channels, I would obey them. They never came, so I obeyed the contract. What about that Earther, politician Tapelas Girmar? Doran Frift Stimal asked, and Gergen clamped down his dislike for the male and what the tone implied. The three from the leadership clearly didn't like the question either. Which Earther? It hadn't been for this meeting, but Tom had given him a set of replies for when Jer's presence was questioned. You have more than one on your ship? I don't have any Earthers on my ship. there's been this whole mess regarding you and some earther. He said, caused us to lose what that species to those lizards. Politician Admiral Duan Selsin Takraftia said, I'm afraid you have been misinformed. The situation between Alpha, Galgaran Ravnir, and Beta, Jeremy Bradshaw, had nothing to do with your counterparts deciding we couldn't shepherd the Earthers. Isn't it because of them? No. All their relationship did was bring to light the extent by which the Earther government will subjugate their God's given ability to love who they want. If you disagree with the decision, you need to take it up with them. The Alpha and Beta had nothing to do with it. Still, how can they let one of them in their organization? And now the male spoke with disdain about the people Kelsers lost to the Tehornians. You're going to have trouble keeping his ears straight, and the leadership didn't have to show that restraint. The hunters will accept anyone who passes their test. Admiral Hurs Germinal Vranis Ornani said. Do you expect me to believe an Earther was good enough to become one of them? Hunters are chosen by the gods. No. Gargan regretted speaking as soon as the words was out of his mouth. They all looked at him. The two at each end with their ears canted in anticipation, while the leadership in quiet interest. Now he had to explain himself. He had to explain the nuance of how the gods work to a bunch of people who, at times, seemed like they'd be happier if the gods no longer existed. Still, he knew this he knew. The gods do not choose us. Choose us. They will send the call. They will meddle. But in the end, we, those of us who become hunters, make the choice. We decide to answer. We see the meddling, and we don't fight it. You're telling me you, named after two of them, don't think you were chosen for the greatness of being a hunter? If you believe a hunter is about achieving greatness, Gurgran said, you know nothing of us. He was tempted to recede the creed, but one already looked at him with derision, while the other in annoyance. The only one who reacted positively was Admiral Turs, Vernal, Vranis, or Nani, and only with a slight nod. There still shouldn't be one of them in their rank. The politician looked at the leadership. How can you allow that? The Admiral's ears canted in annoyance, but it was Admiral Crosswitorak Firnato Dol Kerimar who answered. You're revealing how little you know about us as well, politician. Hunters don't fall under our command. But how badly do you wish we did? Gargran couldn't keep from thinking. That was a common thread behind many of the stories Tom told him about what his contact in the back rooms reported. If the leadership had their way, the hunters would be nothing more than a special division under them. Returning to what this meeting is actually about, Admiral Duan Selsinta Kreftia said, why did you stay on your ship where it was safe, Alpha? Isn't it an Alpha's place to be among his hunters on the line? Safe? What report had she read? A hunter's duty is to see to the safety of his people. Those were the civilians on my ship. Those included the civilians on my ship. Had the other Alpha been asked this? The enemies had fighter ships. So I was needed in command of the Bane. I sent my hunters to their hunt with their Beta to look after them. The politician snorted, and Gargan paused to keep from snapping. Tom had been adamant about how he needed to stay calm no matter what they did. They could afford to act like cubs. If he acted like anything but the Alpha he was, they'd use that to take the Bane from him. The safety of the civilians on your ship came first. The civilian on my ship came first. You're telling me that what? The rankless female said. 500 civilians are more important than how many thousands were kidnapped? He took a breath. I am but one hunter. Regardless of what unauthorized ballads might portray about me or those like me, one hunter will not make a difference on the line. But at the command of my ship, I can direct a battle that will protect. Wasn't your ship hit? She said, smiling. Yes, but no civilians were injured. Maybe we should stop putting civilians at risk, the politician said, and keep them off ships like that. Even the rankless female looked at him in disbelief. I put the safety of my civilians before my own at all time, he said then, because this gave him the opportunity to do something Tom had insisted he do, especially when the orders I am given by the leadership through the proper channel are designed to put them at risk. What is he talking about? The rankless female asked, and Gregorian hated himself for having dismissed her name from his memory. She wasn't as horrible as he thought. That was the action of one person, Admiral Dwan Selsintakreftia said stiffly. Aren't those kind of decisions required to be agreed upon by a majority? She asked. Who else would have agreed to that with that one person to put the lives of civilians in dangers like that? The admiral's ears folded back, and Admiral Crosswitorak Fernando Dorimars trembled with how hard he focused on not letting them move. The matter, Admiral Orturst. Journal Vranis Ornani said, has been settled within our walls. Faraldi nor Telshel Kamir Roshtalik. Alpha, I can promise you that no one involved in that decision has escaped unscathed. She wasn't satisfied. And will you reveal who they are? You are not part of the leadership. Seems to me those people shouldn't be either. Can we move forward? Admiral Truss Witorak Fernando Dol Kerimar said, his voice forcefully neutral. I don't know, she said, but was cut off. That is enough. Admiral Orturst General Vlanis Ornani snapped. You are here to help, not to find cracks to then exploit. I have given the Alpha the assurance he, not you, has reasons to demand more. The Admiral looked at him. Gauguin shook his head. He might not like the leadership, but he knew they wouldn't let failures go unpunished. That the two could still sit in this meeting meant the punishment had been enacted elsewhere. The repairs to the Bane are proving to be extensive. Admiral Crosswitorax Fernando Dol Kerimar said, and Gralgiran dreaded what came next. They were going to force him to argue for its continued existence. Excuse me? He said, certainly could. He couldn't have heard what he'd been too busy dreading to focus on. I'm not sure what is so surprising, Alpha. The Admiral replied, your ship is one of the few left without fighters. Having to do so much work already, it's a perfect opportunity to rebuild one of the unused bay as a unused cargo bay, cargo. Yeah, cargo bay as a fighter bay. I'm gonna have to find better words. The glint in the male's eyes indicated he expected this to get a reaction from him. And if not for the battle that had damaged his ship, he would have been right. Until then, Grogran hadn't seen the point of losing cargo space to something that would rarely see any use. Hunts were on the line weren't like in the ballads, with ships flying everywhere. They were things of care and patience, usually. How many will the Bane get? The Admiral looked surprised and consulted the tablet before him. 6. Oh, that would be one bay's worth. There had been 6 in the hangar, and while he hadn't studied them, he thought that was how much space they'd taken. Zeniahar Talahan would be the one to complain. Less cargo space meant fewer places for him to hide what he brought on the Bane, what he brought onto the Bane illegally. Will it will be a bay by the hangar, I expect. Yes, of course, the admiral replied, regaining some confidence. Then I don't see a problem. Good. That's good. The mail didn't look like it was. That's going to go there. But it wasn't Gregron's problem. Then I think I have the last item, the politician said in the stretching silence, and Gregron couldn't wait to find out what it was going to be. There's been concern about my counterparts that the Alpha's constant presence on the unclaimed territory between us and the Earthers, along with his heart, will only serve to exacerbate their antagonism toward us. Isn't that what you politicians are for? Admiral Duan Sel Sintakreftia said after glancing to the male on her right, who was lost in thought. To politic things so they won't care about us anymore? Yes, and to make that happen, we are recommending that the Alpha and his ship, and of course his heart, be moved elsewhere. The contract. Durgan started, then realized he didn't know where to go from there. He had not been prepared for this. Doesn't the contract apply to the entirety of the hunters? Faraldi, Nortel, Shell, Kamir, Rushtalik said, nodding. I agree. I am certain the Bane could be just as useful, if not more so, elsewhere along the line. He breathed. He had facts on his side. I have to disagree. She smiled. Really? And why do you have to? Because you aren't taking into account the years my crew spent learning to deal with the Earthers. My crew went to one of their stations, boarded another. We had to unpower one of their derelict to keep it from exploding. We dealt with how they melded their technology with ours. Sending us elsewhere makes that experience useless. Sending them elsewhere does that, she said, grinning. I am sure that whatever ship takes your place. The tapping of claws stopped her. Admiral Ortust Girnal Vranis Ornani frowned, looking at them. The snake is on the line, he whispered, between fur and lack of it. The hunter's claws to remain and widen it. Otters? Admiral Duancel Sintakertia asked. Are you okay? He shook himself. Yes, sorry. That's just been bouncing in my head all day and... You're a seer? She asked in dismay. What? Oh, no, my granddaughter is. I told you about her, haven't I? Well, this morning she told me that. She said, the snake is on the line between fur and lack of it, the hunter's claw to remain and widen it. She said I'd need this today, and I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what she meant. And I think this is it. Lack of fur could be the Tahonians, the politician said, except we aren't in conflict with them. But they fit the description of a snake more than the Earthers do, Faraldi Nortal Shell Kamirash Talik said. But nothing said that the snake is either of them, Admiral Dwansel Sintakreftia said, or that it is one specific species. The colonies were attacked by some unknown group. Unknown mixed group. That could be the snake. But that wasn't near the line, the rankless female replied. But that might be where they will strike next. And how is the hunter's claws? Hunter. How is he the hunter's claws? Hunter. You know what? No. I'm actually not going to change that. Admiral Horthurst General Vranis Onani said the hunter El Havnir, his namesake. Gergen had been was glad no one asked him to comment because he had no idea what he'd say. He'd never been the subject of a seer's prophecy before, had never envisioned himself being important enough to find himself in that position. On the strength of the seer's word, Amiral Crossroitorak Firnato Doll. That's Dol Kerimar said, I propose we leave the Alpha on the line where the gods have placed him. I can't agree to that. The politician said, their presence there is too disruptive. I'm with politician Tepelas Germa Toren Fifstemal, although I just think he can be better used closer to Kelser, the rankless female said. Admiral Dwan Salsinta Kreftia looked at the male on her right, but he didn't react. Gurgen had the feeling he was purposely not trying, purposely keeping from influencing her decision. I side with my counterparts. While a hunter's method might be questioned, the result of this alpha's hunts can't. He belongs on the line where the gods have placed him, she stood. The others did as well. Admiral. Gudrun approached Admiral Orturst Journal Franis Ornani about what your granddaughter said. The maid raised a finger, consulted his tablet, then looked around. It was only the two of them. Yes? Did she say anything else about the snake? Anything that might help me work out? The male's grin stopped him. There is no snake. But your granddaughter said, my granddaughter is 4. She is a seer. We've had the visit that confirms it, but also Centarina whispers to her, much to her parents' annoyance, is where they hide the treats. But you said you weren't going to win this, Alpha. Not without the gods meddling. I figured they wouldn't mind me helping out. You? He didn't know what to think. You made it up? I believe in the gods and the hunts they give you, Alpha. Not enough to trust them, Gagran thought. And I think you'll be more useful all around keeping the Earthers busy so they can't bother the rest of us too much. We have more important things than them to focus on, regardless of what the politicians think. Good hunting, Alpha. He watched the Admiral leave and realized what had happened. Politics. All this, had been nothing more than politicking with him trapped in the middle. I fucking hate politics. But this was over, and he still had the Bane. That was what mattered. He found Tom in the eatery without Jer. You survived. I'm not sure I was even needed. I think this was about the leadership fighting with the politicians. No, it was about you. They all want a piece of you. If they can get each other's way, that's just them meddling. Except it hadn't been the gods. Just a Kelsarian thinking he could use them for his benefit. But it wasn't for him to handle. If they took offense, I'm going to emphasize this. If they took offense, that Admiral would find out. Where's Jer? He took one look at the selection and said he'd rather see what the city has to offer. Gurgran nodded as his tablet buzzed. Speak. This is judicial. This is to inform you that someone we have arrested claims to be on your crew. Claims? The male chuckled. Of course, claims. I don't know how someone like him got on Kelser, but no one would have an Earther on their ship. And that concludes Chapter 17 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. first becomes the second. Alrighty. On to the next chapter. Confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 18 of the Engineer's Family. I'm going to have a serving of cube kurish with Yenike sauce. Jimmy said, I don't know if you can do that, but if you can, I'd take an extra curtain paste on the side. Why do you want more green with your meat? The cook on the other side of the counter, of the small counter, asked as he worked his back to Jeremy. I got to make sure I get my vegetables in. Doctor's order. The male barked his laughter, using a spatula to take the strips of meat he'd been roasting off the grid and into a fiber bowl. He took the bowl of sauce and turned. Serving, Yamel on red. Serving, he trailed off, staring at Jeremy. That wasn't the first time since he'd set out among the city. He'd even been chased out of a store or two when the language barrier had kept him from explaining who he was. Or maybe it wouldn't have helped. Grella told him the dialect they both knew was the most common, but not the only one. People spoke, and some people were stubborn about not learning other languages, even if it was as simple as paying for a session with a mentalist. What? The male looked around Jeremy. What happened to my customer? He's hiding over there. Jeremy pointed off to the side, out of sight of the cook. Why'd you scare her? He demanded, which made this the most normal interaction Jeremy had had. I didn't mean to. She took one look at me and moved. You can pay? He showed the bracelet. Move away so I can get paid for this, then I'll make yours. Jeremy stepped back, and the crowd that had formed hurried to make space. He was amused, but also irritated, but more at himself. With the ship, then Gral's parents' place, and the party, he'd forgotten how unusual he was, and what the unusual could cause. He hadn't been mobbed or arrested, and he was confident a few had called the authorities, so someone had let others know about him. But it was still uncomfortable to feel like the other again. Yamel on red, the male said, raising his voice. I made it. You come pay for it. The female hurried, constantly glancing in Jeremy's direction. She swept her bracelet, then rushed away. What'd you say you wanted? Cube Kurish with Yenike sauce and a side of crouton paste, if you can do that. If you don't mind me saying, you're taking my present better than most. Did a decade in space cooking for hunters. Got to visit station, saw a lot of aliens. He looked at Jeremy over his shoulder as he dumped a bowl of cubed meats on the grill. Never saw one like you. What are you? Earthers. He returned to focusing on the meats. Heard the name. He used the spatula to lift the cube off the grill and redeposit them. They've been in the news. Must beware. The extra green, that's a species thing? Yes, I'm less all meat than Calcarians. Was interesting realizing that during my first months on the ship. You serve with my people? On a hunter ship. I'm a technician. He added, figuring it would be an easier rank for the male to accept from the reaction he'd seen in some who'd learned he was a hunter. Didn't we start? Didn't know. We started taking on crew from others. I'm a special case. My heart is one of your people. The male placed a fiber ball of meat before Jeremy. You found your heart. Congratulations. He added the bowl of sauce. He found me. Quite the event, and probably not the smooth thing you are. You're used to. My people don't recognize hearts. A bowl with green paste was added. Didn't understand what it meant for a while. The gods know what they're doing. Jeremy swiped his bracelet. So Growl keeps telling me. Thank you. You place the order. I cook it. That's how it goes. You're going to have to move so another customer has the courage to step forward. He took the bowl and sat at a free table. He stabbed the cube with a claw, dredged it in the paste, then dunked it in the sauce. He took his time eating, looking at the plaza and ignoring the people staring at him. It reminded him of the concourse on the Bane, or maybe this was why there was a concourse at all, with its shop and clubs and sitting areas. The area was spacious, as was most Calcarian place. The one place that wasn't as broad was the vehicle path. They were large enough I don't need to easily. To accommodate the hovers, but not much more. Other than being stared at, this felt a lot like what he remembered of the outdoor malls of his youth. He'd sometimes been left at a table with his brother and sister with printed snacks while their parents did their shopping. He remembered being baffled by the activity since anything they bought could be printed at home, but it meant snacks, so he'd never complained. The bowl was empty. He looked through his tablet for a review site, but he couldn't find one. The food shop had an entry in the directory, but no section to leave reviews or comments. He put the tablet away. He'd ask Graal or Tome. or Tom when he rejoined them. He dropped the balls in a recycler as he left the plaza and returned to exploring the city. I'm going to no, I'm going to do that later. For Tom. As with Salt Lake City, it had a lot of walking paths. Unlike it, hovers weren't allowed at ground level, so it simplified the walking. No having to wait until he reached a bridge to get to the other side of a shop if he'd come on the wrong one. He simply walked to it. This one was a tailor's, and after the initial surprise and attempt at shooing him out, she'd been very interested in studying his body. He'd only asked for clothing that could cool since the heat wasn't going away, and she'd insisted she had no that she had to study all of him to make him clothing that would fit. Amused, he stripped. And she scanned him, studied him, stared, and he pointed out preemptively he had no interest in females. With what she needed, she quoted him a price for a set of clothing he'd be able to adjust to his comfort. He discussed the detail of the cut and looks he didn't want changed, then paid the deposit and gave his contact information. The next shop was a food shop selling what, as far as he could tell, was ice cream, or more like an iced cream. The cream was shaved into a bowl, then flavors drizzled over it. He let the cook select, since the names were meaningless to him, and walked off, taking his first taste, and had to laugh. Of course, Calcerian iced cream would be savory. It was good and needed in the heat. Yeah, this is something that's going to be introduced much later in the books because I just thought about it here. He was just about done with the bowl when a pair of Calcerians walked quickly in his direction. Hurried. As I've mentioned before, anytime a word ends in ly, there's usually a better word that can be used there. Figuring out which of the combination is what it plays to is sometimes the issue. Very concerned. Their attention was on him. He couldn't miss that. And the recording equipment hovering over them told him who they were. Run or stand his ground. Those were his only option. If he ran, they'd give chase, but he had the stamina. Stand his ground. And it might be good to tell Kelser about himself. Let the world know he was here. Maybe the next time he walked about wouldn't surprise people quite as much. Hunter. The female said, panting, I'm newscaster at Remek Stati Would Dari Mare. Can I ask you questions? You can. I make no promises on answering them. He added as she opened her muzzle. This is just so you'll know that I won't entertain questions just to get a rise out of me. You want to sit down and ask about my life, my heart, my ship? I'll answer. My sex life is off the table. All right. I didn't plan on making this a joke. I've made requests for interviews to interview you, but they've all been denied. I'd like to know who denied them. The leadership? It was a generalized they don't allow personnel to be scrutinized message. Generalized toward all small studios, the male grumbled. The big ones always get to plead their case when it comes to promoting how great the military is. Jimmy figured it was one of those things hunters had to live with as being associated with the military, but it'd still bring it up to growl. It might be something they weren't aware was happening, especially with how little his heart enjoyed the limelight. Okay, how little his heart enjoyed the limelight. How do you wish to be addressed for the interview? My rank is either beta or technician. I'll depend on what side of me you want to put forward toward your audience. My name, to go along with the rank, is Jeremy Bradshaw. Go with beta. The male said hunters are in demand, especially after the ceremony. The recorder positioned itself as they sat, and she adjusted her vest. I am newscaster Aramix Tati Wood Daddy Mayor, she said when the male gave her the signal. And with me is Beta Jeremy Bradshaw of the Viper's Bane. Thank you for agreeing to sit down with me. Thank you for inviting me. Now, a lot of your history is already known to those who followed what takes place in space, but for those who haven't, can you give them a rundown of how you came to be on the Viper's Bane? Jimmy laughed. I'll do my best to keep that short unless you want to be at this for a few hours. Her surprised expression said that wasn't what she wanted, so he launched into the most abridged version of how he in his heart meant. And that's when I realized that what I felt for him was real. I wasn't sick, I wasn't wrong, I loved him with all my being. He stopped there, in part because it answered what she'd asked, and because the group of people who were heading in their direction. The male had also noticed them, and his ears were folded in worry. I honestly don't know how to feel about what he had to go through, and he gave a minute shake of the head and hoped for the best. Is going to be all for now. Thank you again for talking with me, Beta Jeremy Bradshaw. Thank you for having me. Recorder off, the male said. Why the... She looked over her shoulder. Great competition. Jeremy couldn't tell how many of them there were. There were so many. Let me give you your my contact information before I leave. You're not... No, I am not I'm not staying for them to bury me in sensational questions. One-on-one, I can deal with. That's an ambush I have no interest in being present for. He sent it to her tablet. I can't promise I'll be able to sit down again, but contact me and I'll see what I can arrange. He walked away. The mass immediately changed direction to stay with him, and a few picked up the pace, which led to more doing the same. He decided to show them the futility of following him and ran. Glancing over his shoulder, he was impressed with how long some stayed with him. But quickly, he was the only one running. He kept going. They'd be able to pick up his scent, and he didn't want to risk them catching up to him before he'd made it back to the leadership building where he could hide behind the no interviews allowed order without having to say anything. When he slowed, he was panting, but he was confident he left them behind. He looked around while catching his breath and was surprised at the difference in the buildings on the road. There was no one on it. He couldn't remember when he'd last seen someone. The buildings were drab here and there. He saw hints that they'd been as colorful as the other part of the city, but it was as if this neighborhood had been forgotten. What have the gods brought us today? A female said in a far too pleased tone. He turned to face them. Young was the first thing that registered. Of the 8, only one, a male, looked like he was well into adulthood. He was not the one in charge. The female who'd spoken was. Short, silver fur, she walked with a confident swagger that had some of the males watching her ass instead of Jeremy. They were all dressed provocatively for being outdoors, away from a leisure alley. The pants were tight and left little to the imagination on the male, even seemed designed to make their crotch more noticeable. On the female, it was more how they held themselves than the clothing. She walked around him while the others surrounded them. There was something Halan about them, something that reminded him of the encounter with Zen's relative a few years ago. It smells, she said, sniffing, then licked her lip. Nice. He decided to err on the side of not appearing threatening and to lead them to leading them to underestimate him. You can address me as Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. She stopped and stared. speaks? Maybe it's like the Otamer, a female said, and it's just reciting something it heard? No, I speak. I understand I'm unusual, but I'm not looking for trouble. I'm simply going to return where I came from. He didn't move. They weren't making a space. Oh, we're not looking for trouble either, she said. In fact, we're all we're after is a good time. And I think you're just the thing to give it to us. She reached for him. If you touch me, he said in a steady voice, I will defend myself. She smirked, but stopped moving. Am I supposed to be afraid of some furless thing like you? That a god, what god shit you? All I want, he said, is to leave. All I want, a male behind him said, is to see how much of me that ass can take. The others laughed. See, you aren't leaving until we're done with you, the female said, placing a finger on his chest. And we aren't going to be done with you for a very long time. Take your finger off me and move away. She smirked. Or what? She grabbed his crotch. His elbow went up, connecting with her jaw, and she staggered back. All I want, he repeated, is to leave. She looked at her bloody hand. Okay, I need to better, well, she took her hand off her muzzle and looked at the blood on it. Fuck him up. They came at him. Jeremy did his best not to hurt them too much. But by the time the authority arrived, they hadn't. They gave him little. They hadn't given him much choice. He would give them this. They knew how to fight as a team. Some attacked while the others caught their breath. If not for the fact they didn't know about Earthers, he'd think they trained to take them on. To take him on. To take him on. The downside was it forced him to put them down painfully. Hands up, claws sheath, a woman said, pointing a gun at him. 3 more officers were stepping out of the hover. I am Beta, Jeremy Bradshaw of the Viper's Bane, he stated, doing as she was told. He didn't know if this was how it should be done. He hadn't ever. He had never thought about reading up on legal procedures for Kelser, but announcing himself couldn't be a bad idea. All I did was defend myself. On your knees, she ordered. Slowly bring your hands on your head. Lace the fingers if you move as you are while you are restrained, you will be stunned. He let them restrain him, then drag him to the hover. The cell was more comfortable than those on the Bane. An actual couch instead of a bench, which he knew Kelsarians didn't care for. There was an air of him being an attraction with how many officers came to gawk at him. He'd been questioned. He'd answered. He doubted he'd been believed. He figured that eventually Graal would try to contact him and one of the officers would answer his tablet. They had ordered him to give them access, and he hadn't felt a need to refuse. At worst, they'd copy the designs he'd fiddled with. The door opened and Graal stormed him. Get him out of there! Alpha, do not make me repeat myself. Jeremy stood, and as soon as the force field was down, his heart was before him, sniffing and holding him. Are you okay? They did their job, Growl. I had to defend myself from a pack of young, I don't know what you call them, but the officers arrived as I finished taking them down. He glared at the male. He was defending himself. We didn't know. He told you. It was in the report you showed me. We didn't know he wasn't lying. My hunters, my heart doesn't lie. He identified himself. How were they to know he wasn't? Jimmy took Growl's arm as he advanced. It's fine, Growl. They treated me fine. They put you in a cell, and I'm out of it now. It's fine. We can leave. Let's. Well, Growl demanded. Of course you can leave, Alpha. You and your beta. They attracted stares as they walked through the building, large, which was no surprise, but crowded and loud. That had been the surprising thing to him while they processed him. Just how many desks there were with officers processing people. Tom walked to them and sniffed Jeremy. All good. I see. Growl? He reached for his friend, who jerked away. I need a minute. Growl replied through clenched teeth. Come on. Tom urged Jeremy to the hover, where he leaned against him. Growl paced and snarled. Ease. Jeremy didn't know how to finish. You have that effect on him. Tom nuzzled him. He'll calm down. When they called, he was scared and furious, and he had trouble shedding how he has trouble shedding how he feels when it comes to you. That's more like me than it is you. He has your heart, Tom said, as if it explained everything. Growl was visibly calmer when he joined them. Why didn't you stay with Tom? Boredom. I couldn't envision sitting there with nothing to do. Well, that's not in. Fruit. Horrible. And the food selection's horrible. Growl hugged him. I'm glad you're well. It was going to take more than a pack of delinquent youth to injure me. Let's go home, Growl said, so I can make sure you're fine. I'll get myself all right, Tom said. You're coming, Jeremy said, unless you aren't interested in making sure I'm fine too. Oh, I'm definitely invested in you being fine, Tom said, hugging him from behind. And that concludes chapter 18 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon and Ream Story. And if you are looking to support me, if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. second becomes the fourth. And because I am me, I forgot to do something. Okay. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the September 1st chapter for Patrick for the Harker story. Patrick enjoyed the cool early morning weather while he ran. He didn't know how he would have dealt with the West Coast heat if he'd had run there. If he'd had to run there. Exerting himself in the suit didn't have that problem because Richard had added a cooling system after he'd almost passed out from it that first time. Here, the breeze cooled him down nicely as he ran by the houses. Early workers waved as they got into their car, and he waved back. The motion was so unusual that it was exciting. No one in the barrows waved at each other. They didn't have the energy. Surprisingly, back in the bricks, the apartment building was friendly, as were the neighboring ones. There, his mother had never hesitated to ask a neighbor to watch over him and Pamela, or to go to anyone, or to tell him, to go to anyone living in the area if he needed help. She'd been disappointed at the lack of solidarity the Barrows exhibited. He'd gotten in trouble that first year, banging on a door because he'd gotten lost. The woman had screamed at him until he'd burst into tears, and while she had brought him back to their new house, he remembered her grumbling the entire time. His phone buzzed the hour, and he turned around, taking a different path back to his dorm. Again, more waved at him than he expected. Even in the small industrial and commercial area, those already there waved. Back to the dorm, he grabbed a shower. Probably a waste of time, since Coach Kelly was bound to have them run around the field for the first day of training, but the idea of showing up smelling like he'd run for 2 hours didn't sit well with him. The locker with his name on him contained shoulder pads, a helmet, an undershirt, along with underpants and padded pants. Those looked tight enough. He was glad assistant coach Smith had told them to buy a jockstrap, although her delivery method after she'd taken his other measurements could have used polishing. Get something to protect your junk if you don't want to lose it while playing was not how he'd wanted to be reminded of potential danger of this game. The conversation ceased with enough suddenness he looked up, then around. The woman he'd seen during the tryouts headed for a locker, pulling the shirt off. All she wore under was a sports bra. She noticed the attention and faced them. What? Never seen a covered pair before? Never seen one other than your... That's enough, Miss Alistair, Coach Kelly said, entering the locker room. Coach? The shortest of them asked. The name on the locker behind him was Mortimer. What is she doing here? Changing, she replied, taking off her pants. If you think I'm going on the field wearing this, you need to have your head... I said that's enough, Miss Alistair. I said that's enough. Miss Alistair passed the tryout with flying colors, so she's in. Is that even allowed? Mortimer asked. Listen here, Shorty, she snapped. Do you have 10 years of football under that belt of yours? I do. I've been playing since I was a kid. You come and try tackle me when we're on the field, and you'll see if I belong there or not. Mortimer shrunk in on himself, face turning beet red. The coach sighed, while the assistant coach smirked. The guy to his left, an attractive wall of muscle, raised his hand. Yes, Sandusky, the coach said. I think, he hesitated, the glare Alistair gave him, that he was asking if regulation allows. Regulations allow for a woman to be on the team? I've never heard of a mixed-sex team before. That is an excellent point. No, the college league doesn't allow for mixed-sex team. I don't care. Doesn't that mean we won't get to compete? Another wall of muscle asked, this one dark-skinned. We can't compete for the next 2 years because we're a new school. But don't worry, you will have matches. I've already contacted the U of P to arrange a few. Ruth is calling others. Think of them as demonstration matches, and I'm confident that during that time, Miss Alistair will show the league administrator, plural, that women can definitely play with the rest of us. Another raised his hand, leaner, definitely a runner. Mr. Jackson. Wouldn't it be best if she got her He wilted under Alistair's glare. It was almost funny how all those tough as nailed football players were folding under nothing more than her glaring. He'd smile, but Coach Kelly's seriousness made that a bad idea. Segregation is how we got a man and women's league. Put the women on their own for their protection because God forbid the men be exposed to the weaker sex and have to learn to exert control over their impulses. Let me make this clear. You are adults. If you can't keep what's in your pants from affecting your brain, the door is that way. I don't train children here. You want that? Join me on the weekend at the Hamilton Field. I coach the at-risk youth there. If you can't exert that level of control, you are most definitely at risk. He ran a hand over his face. Look, I know you've been told your entire life that because you're boys, you can do whatever you want. Maybe it was true then, but now you are men. I expect you to behave like men. Men don't ogle a woman just because their parents prevented them from looking at them their entire lives. Go online and get it out of your system. Go to a club and pay to get it out of your system. Ruth can... Don't you fucking dare drag me into this little speech of yours, Lincoln. He smiled, and Patrick had the sense he'd wanted that reaction. My point is, if your parents didn't encourage you to grow, you need to do it now, because the fields has no mercy. Out there, it won't care that mommy's not there to kiss your boo-boo better. Out there doesn't care you've been told how special you are just because you're a guy. Out there will chew you up, and who it spits out depends entirely on the kind of man you are. Did anyone realize Coach Kelly was talking about life now? Or had Patrick's life already been hard enough and the chewing and spitting already done? The locker room was dead silent. Now, get dressed and get on the field. Today, we're making sure that what position I think you'll have on the field is the position you deserve. Now, people! Patrick hurried out of his pants and underwear and put the jockstrap on, then underpants and pants. The undershirt, the shoulder pad. In the mirror, he noticed Alistair struggle with reaching the cinching strap. Actually, that might be an eye. The cinching trap on her... Okay, what does Google tell me about this word? Okay. The mistake is twofold. Cinching strap on her left side. Everyone else was studiously avoiding looking at her. He sighed and rolled his eyes, then crossed the room. Do you need a hand? He offered. He saw the frustration in her eyes before she nodded. This is why I didn't become a gymnast like my dad wanted. He put the strap in. You'd think one of them would have gotten over their fear and offered to help, she muttered. He chuckled. I have an advantage over them, which is I'm not straight. You aren't as threatening to me. She chuckled too. Do they know? Better yet, does the coach know? No one asked, and I don't have any urge to ogle them, so I don't expect it to come up. Although it would be a way to get himself kicked off the team. Coach Kelly had made it clear what he thought of lack of self-control. But then he'd be disappointing him. Is this too tight? She ran a hand under the pads on each side. No, this is good. See you on the field. He finished putting on his equipment, finding the mouth guard in the helmet, and headed out with the others to torture himself. With practice in the morning, he'd been moved to the afternoon classes, giving him a few hours to rest before thinking about food and then his class. He didn't know how the others felt, but even with his high endurance, he was exhausted. He had the room to himself, so he had to set an alarm and took a nap. The lunch hall was busy. He didn't know what he'd expected. In high school, lunch had been staggered between years, so the lunchroom never felt crowded. On some level, he'd expected this to be the same, but they weren't years, just a freshman. And there was a lot of free time, like way more, considering how school had felt like they were terrified of anyone not having something to do. Finding a place to sit was going to be, get back here with that, you thief! Alex was backing away from a table, an apple high. I'll make you a deal. The guy who stood to stalk after him was built and hot. Patrick had seen him before, and not just in his fantasies. Looking from one to the other, definitely related. That could fix the where to eat, and it would. Well, you two just grow up already. He froze. He knew that voice. Oh, no. Oh, fuck no. The little person, Arthur, Richard had said his name was visible between people. I can't believe I'm related to the two of you. Isn't anyone in this family able to be mature for more than 5 seconds? People gave them space. More were at the table. One with lean muscles snorted, "Don't look at me. You have no idea how much of an eternity 5 seconds is." I like to think I'm mature enough. Patrick remembered that suit. Fuck, he remembered them. That truck stop. They'd been in the minivan. He could have gotten to know. Nope. Not going in the might have been direction. Depression was all that waited there. He hadn't known, so he had to act now. He looked for a different table. Arthur would tell them what Pamela had done, and they would all hate him for it. Better to stick to encountering them one at a time. An alternative presented itself by a woman sitting alone. That was odd. Maybe she chased anyone who approached away? Although the misery on her face said she didn't enjoy the situation, so... Hi? She startled and looked around fearfully. Are you okay? He asked. Are you in trouble? He could see her nervousness making others uncomfortable enough to stay away, but that fear? Do you need help? Looking through the cameras, Richard said in response to the code phrase. They'd had to come up with it sometime. They had to come up with something since all he had was the earpiece when not in the suit, and Patrick was not spending his days in it. He wanted a life away from it, and do you need help was something he could ask others without drawing any attention. Well, no more than a stranger being attentive to another was something he could ask others without drawing attention. Well, no more than a stranger being attentive to others did to another's problem would. Feels better that way. Whoops. Might feels better, but it will look better if it's typed properly. What? She replied, never see. No, I'm fine. She didn't look it. Not seeing anything hinting someone's stalking her, I think she's just not comfortable in crowds. She's been this nervous from the moment she entered the hall. Do you want me to leave you alone? She seemed surprised by the question and seemed to realize she was alone. It's okay if you want to be alone. Maybe that was why the gloves? Was that something that helped people with agoraphobia? Was that what it was called? No, it's okay. You can sit. He placed his tray down. I'm Patrick Sanders. He fought the impulse to offer his hand and sat. Claudia Reynolds. Claudia Reynolds, Richard said in his I'm searching tone. Get me where she's from. Patrick had no intention of doing that. Can I ask why you're nervous? I'm not. She stilled her hand. She looked around. I'm not good with crowds. All right. Do you have coping systems for when you get anxious? She stared at him. When you feel a panic attack about to set off, it helps to... She laughed. Okay, Richard said, maybe I should call emergency services. That's not it, she said as she calmed. I'm glad then, if you explain what it is, I might have techniques that will help. No, you don't. I know a lot of things that helped. That helps. Richard had often complained about Patrick's need to help everyone, then had searched for a way to help. in high school that had been mainly intervening when bullies picked on someone, but there had been a surprising number of times when he'd had to help with panic attacks. She shook her head. What I have isn't something you've dealt with. Trust me on that. No one's dealt with this. Okay. Do you want to talk about it? A lot of time that's enough to help. The look she gave him was odd. Like she couldn't believe he'd offered to listen. He thought she'd take him up on it, but then shook her head again. All right, if taking about it was off the table, he could see about distracting her. How are your classes? Have you had one at this point? I've had PE this morning. How was it? Her expression clouded over. Not great. So, not a good subject either. What do you think of Harker? What's your dorm like? I have an apartment with my guardian. Okay. I'm in. Okay. I'm in her. I'm getting into her phone. Or. Okay. Uh, I'm getting into her phone. Or not. Who the fuck did the security on it? What is it with this place? This is now the 10th student's phone. I haven't been able to get into, and 7 of those are the guys you're drooling over, by the way. But considering how smart Arthur is, those I get. He wasn't drooling over them. I room with my sister. I have a dorm, which is nice. It's bigger than my bedroom back home. A dorm is bigger? There it was. Curiosity, the perfect distraction. And he didn't mind sharing about his life, the mundane part of it anyway. I'm from the West Coast, from what most people call the wrong side of the tracks. Used to live in an apartment barely larger than the dorm with my mother and sister. Now we have a small house. My family lives in the suburb of Emporia. My mom and dad and my brother. Emporia, Reynolds. Thank you, Patrick. There you are, Miss Claudia Reynolds from Emporia, Virginia. Only years of experience with Richard pulling this on him allowed Patrick not to react. I guess being away from home isn't easy. She looked uncomfortable. I miss them. I know you don't like me commenting, Richard said, but I have a few anomalies you need to know about. She and a bunch of her friends were caught in a freak storm when a lightning bolt hit the lake they were swimming in. That's not the anomaly. What's odd about it is that there's nothing in the weather reports about it. Not one thing. This is a bad cover-up. I thought some two-bit hackers covering for some electrical hero screwing up, but our neighborhood has had an unusually high number of power outage caused by overloads after that, all the way to a few months ago. Also, why does she have a guardian? Nothing in her parents' reporting taxes indicate paying for someone. I smell a quest here. And Patrick saw a young parahuman unprepared for her power being recklessly tossed into the deep end. He wanted to tell her she could talk with him, having reached her to vent or simply talk things over regarding what he could do had helped him multiple times. But until and unless she told him about her powers, he couldn't say he'd worked it out without coming across as, at a minimum, a creep. And he could imagine her calling the police on him, so he ignored Richard's insistent prompting and kept the conversation to his childhood, minus the gangs, of course, and listened when she talked about her family, her brother, who she loved and hated in equal measure depending on the day. When he had to leave for his first CSI class, he was confident he lifted her spirits and given her a respite from the parahuman worries. He gave her his number, which had Richard cursing when even the direct transfer wouldn't let him into her phone, and reminded her that anytime she needed to talk, he'd be there to listen. And that concludes the Harker September 1st chapter for Patrick, which, unless I think of something, is the last of the September 1st chapter. We're jumping to one of the teachers after that, and After that, it's going to be interesting. I've got a couple of Patrick chapters. Um, as with many of my stories, as they progress, I start depending on coming up with stuff as I write to fill more chapters. This is pure discovery writing. There is no outline for this, none whatsoever. I've got a few plans, a few events I know need to happen. Uh, but yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Um, huh. And I'm realizing at least one way where one of the center chapters can be flipped around. Because instead of putting the chapter from Pamela or Patrick's point of view, I can put it from Arthur's point of view, which makes it an or chapter. That might be a way around it. But yes, so yeah. If you're enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as my website. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh. Oh, right. I need to do that here. I need to switch stuff around. You are taking over district. So 3-8. You are taking over this one. And you are taking over this one. There we go. Nice thing about having a buffer is I get to do this if needed. Okay, that is done. The small entry was inviting, with the smell of cooking permeating the air, the sound of a radio playing a baseball game, the announcer's voice becoming static occasionally. Every time he stood there, the sense had been the same. Welcome home. For some reason, he got teary-eyed. Herrick, a woman called from further in. Is that you? He quickly wiped his... wiped his eyes. It's me, Mom. Why was he so emotional? It wasn't like he hadn't heard his mother's voice. Just when had he been here last? What do you know? A man said. One of your kids is actually here for a visit. He didn't bother keeping the derision out of his voice. Herbert, his mother exclaimed, offended. You know very well that every one of our children are busy living their lives. We're just lucky Eric happens to be on leave right now. Isn't that right, Eric? Eric opened his mouth to protest. He wasn't on leave. He was... Eric? Yeah, sorry. I got lucky. He poked his head in the living room. His dad was seated in his worn recliner by the radio. No television sets for him, not when he could get all his sports on the radio still. Who's winning? The Istrian Gorges. He replied with disgust. The Lightnings are cursed this year. I don't know what it is, but they've managed to piss off the Lord. Amigos, Finland, and Richmond are all managed to get injured. They've put out of the game for the rest of the season. Well, they're never going to make it to the series. Accident happens. Eric said, unwilling to walk away from a conversation with his father. It was so rare that the man talked to him with anything resembling politeness. The man snorted. To the three best player? No, that's someone causing it. He pointed up, at least not preventing it, like he's supposed to. Eric did his best not to smile. His father was quick to blame the Lord Tyrannus for anything that went wrong. Herbert Clarkson firmly believed that he was entitled to the Lord's very personal attention and protection. Of course, making it the Lord Lightning's fault meant Herbert didn't have to take responsibility for anything. It was how he'd drifting from one job to another while somehow managing to support his a family of 6. There was proof the Lord did look after them, in Eric's opinion. Their life had been hard, but they had never starved. Eric asked his dad when he was younger, brasher and far stupider, why he kept praying to the Lord if he didn't do his job. If he didn't do the job the man felt he should. There were plenty of other entities. Every country had at least one. It had been the one time Eric recalled seeing his father truly angry. How dare he disrespect the Lord Lightning like that? The city owed its very existence to him. We owed him fealty for everything he'd done for us. Being young, Eric had understood the danger he was in, so he'd rolled his eyes and pointed out that for someone who owed the Lord, his father certainly acted like the Lord owed him. The slap had stung, more surprise than pain. He'd been sent to his room and missed dinner that night. It wasn't where his and his father's animosity began, but that incident had done nothing to improve their relationship. Why had he been so disrespectful of his father and the Lord that day? Eric didn't recall. He believed in him. No one could be born in Tyrannus and not see evidence of his existence here and there. But even as a youth, he'd understood that he wasn't of the faith. He haven't even been to worship while on deployment. Looking at his father, Eric thought the disrespect was in expecting this being who had looked after not just the city but the country, and his followers traveled out of it to single out one individual for special attention. Maybe the team needs to hold worship before the game. Eric barely managed to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. I wrote to them, suggesting just that. Of course his father had. The man pulled the book from the shelf over the radio and a paper from it. The owner wrote back, listen to this. He cleared his voice and did an announcer's voice. Thank you for your suggestion. Unfortunately, as the game draws fans from other countries and other faiths, it would be disrespectful to force them to participate in one specific faith's worship. It's not a bunch of hogwash, if you ask me. Why should I care about strangers? They came here. They should accept our beliefs. Eric smiled. His dad's ability to do voices had been the one thing entertaining them when he had trouble with one job or another and couldn't pay for electricity. His father eyed Eric. What about you? Have you gone over to one of those other beings? Did your time away make you one of them? Of course not. How could his father even think that? I'm a Tyrannian. I'll always be. It doesn't matter what I've seen in those countries. This is where my faith is. Powered. His father grumbled and disdained builders. Eric shrugged. Probably. At least for some of them, but they say the same about Lord Tyrannus here. He raised a hand to silence his father's objection. That's what faith is, right? Believing even if the Lord Tyrannus doesn't give us concrete proof he's around. His father opened his mouth just as the radio let out a strident shriek. He let out a curse and glared at it. The screeching became bearable, but didn't stop. You think you can do something about this? He asked. You want me to repair it? Eric asked, already looking at the radio schematics. It was old. His father should buy something more recent. A lot of the resistors were on the edge of failing, but he trades a screeching to a poorly soldered one. It's what you do, isn't it? Repair things, fix them, help out. Eric took the roll of tools out of his bag and unrolled it. Sure, but you never cared for how I did it. Deckers are a curse. On the city. Isn't that what you said? That was years ago. And can you blame me with the destruction they caused? Why the Lord allows them to be, I'll never understand. Eric started rolling his tools out. But some of them can do good, so I guess there's that. And his father just admitted being wrong about something? Eric wasn't sure. It sounded more self-serving than an actual belief, but he'd take the small victories where he could. He unscrewed the back of the radio and got a glimpse at what a radio could be. So much smaller. Printed circuit board. Integrated circuit. And it was gone. He cleaned the contacts, soldered those becoming loose, wrote down the components he should replace. He'd bring them on his next visit, and if his father was in another positive mood, he'd replace them. The work went faster than it usually did, and when he turned the radio on, the announcer's voice came in crisp and clear. His father leaned in close, without even a thank you, as Eric rolled his tools. That was his father. He'd gotten what he wanted, and gratitude be damned. Love you too, Dad. Love you too, Eric thought sarcastically. He left the living room and followed the scent to the small kitchen where his mother was busying herself over the stove. He always loved watching his mother cook. Watching her cook. She could make food worthy of the Lord itself. Foods worthy of the Lord himself. His eyes became wet as he watched her work, and an inexplicable sense of loss growing. Then his mother looked over her shoulder at him, and everything was all right. How could it not be when he was with his mother? I don't hear that horrible screeching anymore. Did you fix the radio? He nodded. He indicated the missing element on the stove. What happened? Oh, the darn thing just stopped working. Didn't that get it fixed? You know your father. Why bother with something so small? Eric frowned. His father could be a pinch with money. He'd always had to fight for it. So the reflex was there, even in retirement. But he'd always given his mother the best when it came to cooking. It just happened. She said, I'm sure he'll do something. He'll see to it once his game's over, but you could be a dear and fix it now, couldn't you? Of course. He took out his tools and had the stove fixed in a moment. So are the Lightnings winning? No, as far as that is concerned, the Lord's angry with them. He seems to think it's because they don't hold worship before every game. Eric reached for the wooden spoon in the saucepan, but his mother slapped his hand away. Mom, did something happen to mellow your dad out? You let me fix the radio. You know how he feels about what I can do. He's never acknowledged I'm a builder. His mother gave him a strange look, like what he'd said made no sense, but then her expression smoothed over. Yes, things have been easier now that he has a steady work. Steady work? Why would he still be working at his age? His mother placed a hand on his forehead. Are you feeling well, honey? Just how old do you think your father is? Eric opened his mouth and realized what he'd said. Of course his father wasn't retired. How could he? He was barely 50. He must be tired from traveling. Why had he thought his father should be much older? He hadn't been gone that long. So Dad has managed to hold on to a job for a while now? 2 years. Eric stared. 2 years for his father wasn't a while. It was an eternity. The longest he could... You know what? I'll take it. The longest he could remember him working at the same place was 3 months. I guess the Lord is looking after him after all, he said. She patted his cheeks. Or now that it's just the two of us, he doesn't feel the need to bring in as much money, so he isn't always looking for ways of getting ahead and causing problems. You'd know better than I would. Yes, I would, wouldn't I? She replied with a smile. Now, how about you give me a hand? Eric grinned. For the next hour, they spoke of food as he fixed a few handles and leveled the wobbly chair. He could remember He couldn't remember his mother's kitchen ever needing quite this much repairs, but he was just happy to be there helping her. Okay. Yeah, that. Oh, wow. Okay, that's way longer. Okay. Alrighty, and I don't have to say anything because that's not getting recorded. 16. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing fine. Very cool. I am doing well. Had a nice long weekend. Enjoyed some relaxing, some gaming, some movie watching. Had fun. Also had baked beans. And what have you been up to, Akla? Just woke up. Ah. Well, then I hope you have a good a good day. No, that's not what I need to do. There's 23. That's what I need to do. I'll be right back. Hey, Tangent, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? At work, but recovering from being sick. Well, I hope the day is quiet then. All right, so all done. I have been well, thank you very much. Had a nice long weekend. Angel, welcome to the stream. You've been lurking since Amelia's stream was done while talking to your parents. Today's your dad's birthday. Happy birthday to him. Very cool. I mean, I can't comment since I ended up spending all of Amelia's stream silently lurking there. Yeah, like that had not been my intent, but it's what happened. Got busy catching up to some. The recordings went well. Cut typos, uploaded the files where they need to be uploaded. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I tend to change it to the afternoon when I think about it, about 15 minutes before I go on lunch. I was recording, yes. I record my read and corrects and upload them to YouTube. So that should someone want to listen to them, they're all there. I won't say that they are nice and probably I you know what, I don't even know. No, that's the wrong browser. I don't even remember how I set that up. Like, do I? Okay, so yeah, I mean, yeah, they would be under their own playlist. Go to the chapter this weekend, trying to get the crap out of your lungs. Also can listen to them for double speed instead of having to reread. I don't care to listen to those. To me, they are purely a editing tool, and I put them on there for other people. I do not re-listen to them. If I want to read something of mine, I read it. I've never. This is something that baffles me a little bit. For me, reading is about the enjoyment of the story, so I don't want to speed through it. I want to take my time with it. So even when I listened to audiobooks, I never sped them up. When I read my stuff, I don't want to speed through it. I want to enjoy it. I want to savor what I wrote. But you see, if I reread for editing, I reread for editing. Again, like I said, for me, listening to my stuff is not helpful. The reading out loud is where I catch my mistakes. What happens, and I have tried listening to myself, but what happens then is I start reading and I tune out what is being said. And then I'm just reading. Let's see what Dad's got to say. Question for you. Why were your neighbors walking barefoot in their garden? Because they were celebrating Open Tuesday. Ha ha ha. You wish you could change climates around in Sunlit Valley. Why? Why would you want to change the climate? Ah, well, you can change the chunks. The other chunks, you can change the biome size, but that's only on a new generation. When you do world creation, you can edit between small and large biomes. If you noticed on my map, that's why my beaches are so big, because beaches are their own biomes. This is merged throws. Oh. It's too small for a chapter. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then.